Okay, let me make sure I got all these things ready. Hopefully everyone can hear me all right. Thank you all so much for joining us today to kick off the start of Pathfindings. We are so excited. For those of you who are not familiar, my name is Dr. Jakin Vella. I'm the Executive Director of the International Game Developers Association, and I am joined by my esteemed colleague, Suzanne Freitas. And I just want to say a huge thanks to Suzanne for directing and project managing this conference and bringing it to you all. It's a really important event, and I'm going to pass the mic over to Suzanne to tell you a little bit more about Pathfindings, its purpose, why we are here today, and yeah, so Suzanne, take it away.
Hi, everyone. Welcome and thank you so much for being here for our third annual Pathfindings Conference. This is such a great and important event. This conference focuses on the Global South and the game developers that live there. And this conference was created specifically to highlight all the important work that's being done in the Global South. A lot of conferences don't include people that work in the global south. And so we decided to create a conference that focused specifically on that region. This year, our focus is folk tales and storytelling. So you're going to be hearing about some really amazing games that are happening all over the world, telling local folk tales and local stories that take a completely different perspective on what games can look like. And that's really important.
Well, I really appreciate your support, Suzanne, in creating this event for the third year in a row, as you mentioned. And because of that, I also wanted to just take a brief, brief moment to thank our wonderful sponsors for making all of this happen. Because without our sponsors, I don't know if we'd be able to put this on. Because events, as you all know, cost some money to get all the tech, get all the things. So thank you so much to our sponsors. And in a few of our session slides, you'll see them. But currently, that's MyTale, DDM, and a few others that you will see in just a sec. So I guess now would be a good time for anyone who's new to IGDA or new to our events to tell you a little bit about IGDA in general. So the International Game Developers Association is the largest member-driven nonprofit professional association for game developers. Those are individual game creators. We are here to support developers all around the world in achieving fulfilling and sustainable careers. And we do that in a number of ways. I like to tell people we're all about games, global network and connection, access to industry events, exclusive IGDA events, membership benefits, and industry insights, mentorship. We have a global mentorship program, and we just recently launched a mentorship platform that connects even more easily developers with each other, with mentees and mentors, both for event-specific mentorship experiences and long-term mentorship experiences. We also offer a lot of educational opportunities, advancement, professional development, and resources like best practices, white papers, industry reports, and we're also the driver of the Developer Satisfaction Survey that surveys developers all around the world and assessing what is going on at the developer level, in terms of workplace issues, in terms of quality of life, in terms of mental health, all of those things, especially as we're coming out of isolated periods of the pandemic. And lastly, we offer solidarity among a strong global community. We have over 150, 160 even regional chapters and global special interest groups. Our chapters of IGDA are really representatives of IGDA at the regional level. These can be local in a city or a larger region or even a country. For our global communities, known as our special interest groups or our SIGs, are communities that are often organized around affinity or advocacy or a discipline. So we have special interest groups that range from women in games, Latinx in games, etc., to special interest groups that focus on advocacy points, such as the climate. And then we also have, of course, have our discipline-based or discipline-focused groups, such as our engineering SIG, our game art SIG, game writing, interactive audio, you name it, we've got it. So that's just a little overview of the IGDA, just in case you're here today and it's maybe the first time you've engaged with the IGDA. Later on in the throughout the sessions, I'll play a promotional video to kind of give you another element of the IGDA, but we are a member-based organization, so we highly encourage you to get involved with your local regional chapter, a global community, and join IGDA at the global level because it connects you to so many amazing developers, as we'll feature today. Suzanne, I'll pass the mic over to you because I feel like I've been talking way too long in our opening ceremonies.
No, that was great. That's important information about what the IGDA does, how we work globally, and how it's relevant. In Latin America, we have a Mexico chapter, we have a chapter in Paraguay, we have several chapters in Brazil, one in Argentina, one in Peru. We have them all over Latin America. And it's a great time to get involved in your local chapter if you happen to live in Latin America, since that's the focus of our talk today and tomorrow.
Yeah, and Suzanne, I actually want to ask you a question about that. I actually really enjoy how you really highlighted and showcase certain regions for certain days, because I think that gives, it just gives these regions just such a great opportunity to showcase the amazing things that they're doing. So, kudos to you for really expanding the Pathfinding conference from what used to be, 2 to 3 day conference to now what is essentially a 3-week conference. And for those of you who are just joining, please, if you haven't registered, be sure to register on Eventbrite so that you can engage with the community of developers on the MeetToMatch platform. This year, as previous years, we have partnered with MeetToMatch so that we can better connect developers and ensure a really long-lasting and impactful connection between attendees. So please be sure to register on Eventbrite. And in fact, I will be sure to send that link into chat right now in case anyone is watching but isn't registered. The great thing about this is registration is free. We really wanted to make this an accessible event. There's just so much great knowledge we want to share, so much wisdom we want to share. And that's why our speakers are excited to share that. They want to get the word out about their experiences, what's going on in their local development ecosystems, what challenges and successes they faced, and all of that can be contextualized in the nuance of that local culture, that local region. And I think that's really important that we are emphasizing these regional highlights on a 2-day basis. So thank you so much, Suzanne, for your thoughtfulness and consideration in making that happen.
Thank you, Jake. And I do think it's really important because one of the great aspects of MeetToMatch is that companies can communicate across regions. So there's a lot of similarity in what companies are experiencing in the entire global south. So if your company is in the global south and you're experiencing certain excitement, challenges, growth, then there's probably a company that maybe they're speaking, maybe they've registered that could be a good person for you to talk to about what you're experiencing at your company and create those connections across these divides, right? What
Absolutely. And I think that's what the IGDA really is all about, is making not only impactful connections across the globe, but meaningful ones that are long lasting, that really support you as a developer from whatever level you are as a developer, whether you're just getting into the industry or you're a student, to whether you're a junior trying to elevate your career to the next step, to whether you're a senior professional or a seasoned professional and you're either a studio head or executive level, we can gain so much knowledge and insight by just talking about our stories, sharing about our experiences, and learning from one another. I know one of my favorite ways to learn is to definitely not make the big bad mistakes that people have told me about, like, well, remember, if you do this, watch out for XYZ, because I had to learn the hard way. I don't love learning the hard way. I like to take from folks and be like, okay, this is good information, let me see how I can incorporate this. Of course, we're all going to experience hurdles that we overcome, but I think it's really helpful for us when we can share about those experiences, be vulnerable about those experiences, and also share our successes. I think we live in a society these days where we can kind of feel weird when we share our successes, because we might feel like we're gloating on social media, or trying to like brand ourselves as these positive, impactful people. But really, it's not about that. It's about sharing so that we can connect with others, because that's I think the forefront of empathy and connection is, how can we relate to one another, and how can we learn from one another. So I'm really excited for today's sessions. Suzanne, I'm not sure if you talked about any of the sessions particularly, but will they all be live, or will they be a mix of recorded sessions? Can you tell us a little bit about the format of today's event?
So today we're going to have some recorded sessions as well as some people that are live. You're going to have an opportunity to do question and answer with those speakers that are live, which is great. And today we have some really amazing talks. I'm so excited to hear from all these different speakers. The first talk is actually about games in the Amazon. And that's such an interesting topic to hear about, like the stories and the folklore of the Amazon through games. I think that's a really important piece and really a perfect opening, since the focus is folklore and story tales this year.
Yeah, and what a great theme. I'd love to learn a little bit more about why you chose that theme for this conference this year. I mean, I love the theme. I think it's really interesting, and there's um, so much you can do with that. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Well, there's so many games that are popular that are repetitive, right? We see so many of the same stories being retold. And the reality is that there's a lot of amazing games and amazing stories that are going on globally that just don't necessarily get the larger audience. And I thought it was really important to highlight the stories, the folklore, the tales that are being told in different parts of the world. Because I don't know about you, Jacob, but I love to listen to, read, play stories that are new and different and tell me about an entire where I can learn about a different culture.
Absolutely. As a sociologist, I have to say, through storytelling, it's probably my favorite way to not only explore what I know about my culture, but really to learn from others. And I think that's like I mentioned, you can just do so much when you talk about and highlight the importance of cultural elements in storytelling. I'm really, like I said, I'm really excited for today's sessions. But yeah, no, storytelling, I think that's like the best way to engage, to interact, to learn, to grow. And it provides a lot of room for introspection of, what narratives we tell ourselves from the society we've grown up in, and how to understand the meta narratives that we interact with every day. And by meta narratives, I mean the stories, the folklore, the cultural influences that we interact with every day, but they're not called, stories, folklore, influences. They're just the things we see, the things we perceive as an individual in society that we, almost kind of inherently embed within us. And those become a part of our personal stories. And yeah, so I can go on and on about the sociological and anthropological elements that I love about storytelling. But yeah, I'm very excited. Anything else you wanted to share with those who are watching or tuning in today, Suzanne?
Well, I think it's really important to think about people's experiences as their own stories. So we have one of the stories being told today is about how a game company, two people who wanted to make games in Paraguay, how they changed and created an entire industry in their country. And that to me is so fascinating, the way that games as an industry develop in different countries. And then next week, we have somebody who's talking about how their university, which is their university lab called the Bug Lab, how they started this educational center and how the games industry in Turkey really took off because of the educational setting. And so there's stories of different ways that the games industry can really develop and be created, and how people interact with one another depending on how your country works, which I think is really fascinating.
Absolutely. I think that's a great point, and it's so awesome to see the the similarities, of course, but the differences in the development of these regional ecosystems, the unique challenges they face, the ways they overcome these challenges through, again, it kind of always seems to start with community, that the connection to people, and how when people come together as developers, they can change the world. So that's wonderful. Anything else you want to share with the attendees today?
Well, I want people to realize that if you registered for the Latin America um, talks, you actually have registration for the whole conference. So you'll be able to attend the Africa and Middle East talks, and you'll also be able to attend the South Asia, Southeast Asia, and Indigenous people of Australia and New Zealand and Pacific Islands talks. And those are going to be some amazing talks. Now, they're in different time zones, Draken. So what you have done, which is awesome, is we are putting them on YouTube later so people will be able to watch them um, in their own time zone, so that you won't have to be up at 3 o'clock in the morning necessarily.
Yeah.
You'll be able to watch them later.
And no,
So
you bring
what
up a good point. I also wanted to give you kudos for changing the time zone of the conference itself to meet the time zone of the region that is being highlighted and showcased. Because as a global community of developers, as you mentioned, it can be really challenging to be at the same event as everyone. And so I'm really glad that we're situating the time zone of each day of the conference in their respective regions that are being highlighted. So while it will be very early in the morning for us next week and the week after, that is fine. I'm just so excited to be able to bring developers together in this manner. So, oh, and I feel like you were going to say one other thing. I'm sorry if I interrupted.
I was just going to ask you, so what are you looking forward to this weekend?
I'm looking forward to all the technical things going right, because I am the technical person, point of contact today. So that is what I'm looking forward to. All the tech going right, because that's what happens at an event, right? That's what happens. Please tell me that's what happens. But no, I'm most looking forward to the feedback that we receive about the awesome connections that people made. That's just, I know it's going to happen because it happens every year, where people are just like, that was a really impactful session. I'm so glad I got to connect with person A, B, and C. Thank you. Like, I really just, I want to make those connections and bridge those connections and facilitate them, because that is how we grow as developers. That is how we transcend as developers into the next level. That's how we innovate, is through those connections. I mean, that's why we're here, right? We're the IGDA. We're connectors of all the devs. So that's probably
Yes.
what I'm most looking forward to, because it's hard to choose like which session I'm most looking forward to, because they're all very exciting. Yeah. And speaking of the next session, the next one starts. Is it in 8 minutes? 9 minutes?
9 minutes. It looks like we're gonna be starting with Diego Rodriguez's talk on the Amazon games in the Amazon, which is a recorded session, and I'm super excited to see what Rodrigo has to say.
Wonderful.
Diego has to say. Oh my gosh, my brain just stopped there for a second.
But no, I'm very much looking forward to Diego's session. It looks like their game that he'll be highlighting about the process is like a beat 'em up game, I think. So I'm looking forward to learning more about that, because I think he mentioned it's like roguelike. So yeah, those are always fun to play, but I'm really looking forward to the story behind it and what inspired the creation of it and the development process of it. With that said, just as a reminder, if anyone is just now joining us, we are using the MeetToMatch platform. So if you want to join us on MeetToMatch, where you can watch these videos there as well, but the point of MeetToMatch is to connect with other developers and attendees who are joining us. Definitely sign up. You can sign up for free for the event on Eventbrite. I'm putting the link in chat one more time just in case anyone missed it. By registering for free, you'll get an email from by registering on Eventbrite for free, you'll get an email from MeetToMatch a little bit after the registration process to join the MeetToMatch platform, where you can connect with developers as you enjoy all the sessions today, tomorrow, and the weeks to come. So please be sure to do that. And we'll probably have a little bit of time before the next session starts, about 7 minutes. So if you need to, grab something to drink, go do a quick load of laundry or something, now is your time. Suzanne, any last words before we switch to the break before our session starts?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that I actually used MeetToMatch at a conference a few weeks ago, and it was really effective. I had so many great meetings with developers that I wouldn't have met otherwise. And so I think that's one of the best aspects of MeetToMatch is it introduces you to folks that you just really wouldn't necessarily get a chance to talk with in another way.
That is an amazing point. I've used MeetToMatch quite a bit over the last year or so, and yeah, you can't go away without meeting someone. They make it so easy. They make it to where you find somebody, you request a meeting with them, and the person's probably going to accept, because that's the whole point of connecting, right? Yeah, lots of meetings, lots of new connections from MeetToMatch. So please do go on the MeetToMatch platform and get your profile set up. It's a great way to meet others and connect. So with that said, Suzanne and I will be signing off here, and we'll be starting the next session at the scheduled time, which is in about 5 minutes. So go ahead and do whatever you might need to do, but stick around for the next session that starts in 5 minutes. All right, thanks everyone. Thank you for being here. We'll
Bye.
see you in a bit. Stick around.
Hi everybody, welcome to this talk, and thank you to the Pathfinding organizers for having me here. My name is Diego Rodriguez, and today I'm going to talk about the video game Tunche, specifically about its narrative and the mythology surrounding it. First of all, a little bit about me. I'm a game designer and writer based in Lima, Peru. I currently work at Leap Game Studios, and I'm the current IGDA chair, the head organizer of Lima Game Jam, which is a very important game jam here in Peru. And I have around 9 years of experience in the games industry. And the most important games I've worked on are Squares, Arrock, and Tunche, which of course I'm going to talk about. So very quickly, some of the things we're going to see in this talk. I'm going to talk about the Amazonian mythology and the cultural elements that served as inspiration for Tunche. Also, the different narrative elements that are present in the game. Some of the impact that the game has had locally and internationally. And of course, lots of spoilers. So yeah, I'm going to talk a lot about the story, so you're gonna learn a lot about that. So first of all, what is Tunche? Tunche, first of all, is the video game, which I'm going to show you the trailer very quickly. So Tunche is a 2D beat 'em up with roguelike elements and hand-drawn art, and it is set in the Amazon rainforest, and its story is inspired by the myths and legends, as well as the culture of that region. As you can see in the video, there's 4 characters, there's 4 main characters, but also a guest, which is Hatkit from Hat in Time. You can play cooperatively with all these characters, up to 4 players, and it's as I said, it's a beat 'em up, so there's a lot of fighting, a lot of creatures and enemies to fight, a lot of bosses, several worlds, and all of this, like I said, is set in the Amazon rainforest. So let me just continue. But Tunche is much more than just a video game. Tunche is also a love letter to Peru, because we actually made this game with a lot of passion and a lot of love. We put not just ourselves in it, but we try to give this game like from Peru to the world. Like, we wanted to showcase what Peru has and show how proud we are of it. It was also our first big project for many of us, if not for all of us, for everyone in the team, and it's still a small project compared to other ones, but for us it was like really big, and we learned lots of stuff. It took 5 years of our lives from the concept of the game, like first prototypes and some iterations of the game that never saw the light of day, to having been launched last year, almost to the day last year. And for me personally, it was the most important story I wrote. Not just like every writer puts some of them inside the story, but also I put like a lot of effort in it. It was like the most structured story I did, the most complete story I did. So for me, it was a great achievement. But Tunche is also a myth, and I put a question mark there, because for some it's much more than a myth, but for us developers, we took it as a myth. So let's go with that. So mythology, right? We're going to talk about mythology and also the cultural elements, but right now mainly the mythology. And that brings me to, why are there myths? Why do myths exist, and why do we use myths in general? Personally, I'm not an expert on this, but I know myths are mainly used to explain different things, different phenomena and things that people can't explain otherwise. So we use these stories, these stories to explain all this, to give meaning to things, to give meaning to traditions, to give meaning to different happenings and things that we couldn't explain otherwise. But they are also lessons, right? Myths also serve to teach something, to let people know different things. And the mythology of the Amazon, in particular, once we did some research, we found out that it's a very dark. There are very dark stories in the Amazon. The myths are very dark. Most of them involve punishments and deaths and madness and people getting lost. It's very, like, the jungle itself it's a very dangerous place, or it's seen as a very dangerous place. So all these stories try to explain all these dangers and what happens to people there, and what happened also in the past, right? Because all these myths didn't just, they weren't created right now. They were created years and years ago, centuries ago even. So for us to have them right now, it's very important. So we value them a lot, and we tried to honor them as well through our game. But maybe just like a disclaimer on that, even though we actually researched all these myths, we found that there is a lot of merging. Like we could have like one creature being talked in one part of the jungle and myths around it and stories around it, and then we found it again, or at least by name, we found it again in another place of the Amazon. But this time it had different characteristics. The story was kind of different. The things involved in that story also were different, which is a very, very common thing. Like, it's not something just of the Amazon. But what I'm trying to say is there were varieties and variants of these myths. So even though we tried to put all of that on our game, we were trying to make it as simple and as straightforward as we could, so people could understand that the story, and the myths could be featured in a very straightforward way. So what we actually ended up doing was gathering all these myths, like finding all those commonalities, and being inspired by them, we put some of our own interpretations of them. Like, the essence is there, but also a lot of interpretation from us. And some of these commonalities weren't just from Peru, from the Peruvian jungle, from the Peruvian side of the Amazon, but also from other countries around Peru. So one decision we made early on was not just to focus on the myths of Peru, but also how these myths were seen in other parts of the Amazon, other countries of the Amazon, other countries that were part of the Amazon. So there's a lot of Brazilian myths also in there, for example. And yeah, I'm going to stop for a while in this slide. These are our 5 main creatures of the game, which are just in that order: Mapinguari, Boutu, Runapuma, Yakuruna, and Tunche, which are probably very strange sounding names, at least they were for us at the beginning. And they are, 4 of them are our main villains of the game, the main bosses. And then we have Tunche, which is more of a neutral creature in this world. So let me just tell you a bit about each of them and how the mythology, how we brought the mythology into this game. So first up we have Mapinguari, which is this sloth-like creature with kind of a mean face. And we found a lot of information about Mapinguari, and they they tend to depict it as this sloth-like creature, this like huge giant creature that roamed the jungle. And there's actually like a real creature that existed in prehistoric times that resembled this creature. So maybe people thought of it like they associated that creature with Mapinguari, and they gave it that name. But there was also another variant of this myth of this creature, which is also called Mapinguari, and which comes from Brazil, which is very, very different from this. It's more like a humanoid creature with only one eye, and a gaping maw on its chest. So much more like dark and scary. And what we brought to the game was like I said, a mix of those two things. It's more akin to the sloth-like creature, but it also has like one eye. Well, it has two eyes actually, but the first concept had only one eye, and it also has this mouth on its chest. And it was very fun to work around that, because when we were thinking of the mechanics of the game and how we could bring this creature to life, we like thought of all the characteristics that we found on these myths. So it was really fun to like bring that and try to play around with that. Then we have Botu, which is this dolphin, which for many people, like, dolphins are very cute, and of course for me as well, but in the Amazon, and Botu specifically, is seen as a very, very evil creature, like a very mean and evil creature, almost like evil incarnate. And there's a very particular story about it. Most of the stories talk about this creature transforming itself into a human, into a foreign human, that goes into villages and towns, mixes with the people, like goes to the festivities with the people, and then kidnaps women and then drowns them in the river. So like I said, very dark stories, and like you can see there's like a kind of a lesson there, like a very far-fetched lesson maybe, of not trusting strangers, right? Something along those lines. But the fact is, we brought Botu, also from Brazil, mainly from Brazil, and we used it in the game. We actually kept the Brazilian name, which is Botu, and we tried to incorporate all those like evil characteristics and that more of a depraved creature and that sort of things. Then in the case of Runapuma, which is this feline down on the left, the Runapuma is a very particular creature, very interesting creature. Its name is like a compound word. You have Runa on one side and Puma on the other. Runa meaning people and Puma meaning jaguar. So the translation from Quechua would be jaguar people, something along those lines. And what's interesting about this creature is that it's not really a jaguar, but like it said, it's like a person. The stories mainly talk about these sorcerers, these people that use dark magic, and they invoke demons, and these demons give them the ability to transform into creatures, and in this case they transform into black jaguars. And well, there's lots of stories, very different stories about these creatures, but the main thing is that, like, that's the essence of the Runapuma, of the jaguar people. And for us in the game, what we did was very like we merged both of them. We tried to combine two of those sorcerers into one and make a Runapuma that talks in first person plural and thinks itself as a god. Then we have the Yakuruna, which is this creature here, which maybe for you that have seen the movie Shape of Water, it's very reminiscent of that. And the Yakuruna, also its name is a compound word. You have Yaku, which means water, and Runa, which again means people. So the Yakuruna are the people from the water. In this case, the legends talk about these people living in cities under the rivers and the lakes, in cities that are actually carbon copies of the surface cities. And these creatures in particular, they can talk and communicate with different reptiles and sea creatures, and the usual depiction of them is riding crocodiles and having like snakes and boas around their chest, among other things. And in particular, in our game, we use the Yakuruna as the main boss, like the main antagonist of the game. And yeah, basically that we actually used almost all of those elements from the myths, except for the fact that we only talked about a single Yakuruna and not like many Yakurunas, which could actually work for a sequel if we ever use one. And finally, we have Tunche, which is the title of the game. And Tunche is also a very interesting creature because, again, there's lots of stories about it. They say it's a demon, others say it's a spirit. Some say it's the ghosts of people that have died, and that there's not only one Tunche but many Tunches. That also, if you're walking in the jungle and you hear a very distinct whistling sound, that you know it is Tunche, and what you have to do is just remain completely quiet, because if you taunt him and you whistle back, Tunchi will appear in front of you and basically make you get lost in the jungle, or make you mad, or pretty much kill you. So again, very dark. And for us in the game, what we did was bring all these stories, like bring all these different conceptions of Tunche, and for the characters, they think that Tunche is all of this, all of this darkness, all of these evil things and danger things. But eventually, what they found out is that Tunche is actually more of a neutral creature, more of a guardian, and like sort of a judge, and which also is also part of the myths. So again, what we do was pretty much bring everything in, and then like pick what parts of the myths would work actually in the game and the story that we wanted to tell. Then I want to talk a little bit about the cultural elements. We got a lot of influence from the ethnic group, the Shipibo Conibo, which is mostly based in Madre de Dios in Ucayali. And as you can see, they have very distinctive clothings, and what mostly like what jumps most to the eyes is their art. These like patterns you can see on the center, those are textiles that they sew, and they're very colorful, and they have like these very distinctive patterns, and it's very, very characteristic from them. And if you play Tunche, you can see that we have it pretty much all over the place, and mainly on our main menus. And yeah, it's one of our main influences. We definitely used others, but this one was our most important one. Also, we used a lot of Quechuan and Aymaran words. We used them. We took several liberties, I must confess, but we also tried to keep them to the minimum. We didn't want to use so many of them that players would find them difficult to understand, or or know what they meant, or even remember them. For example, Shanaitin it's a very difficult word to remember and even to pronounce. For us in the team, we've used it several times, so it's a little bit more easy. But one of the things that we brought was this place in particular, which is the boiling river in the jungle, which it literally is a river that is boiling. Its waters are boiling, and animals and creatures that enter this river, if they stay there too long, they eventually die. And this is a real river, by the way. This is not just part of the game. There is a real river, and we wanted to showcase it as well as other locations, other cities. There's even a mention of Machu Picchu, just in passing. So there's like a lot of things, a lot of tributes to Peru in our narrative. And of course, we did a lot of research. We read a lot of books. We interviewed people. We didn't have the chance to visit the jungle, but some of us had gone to the jungle in other opportunities, so we did remember a lot of stuff. And of course, we used some of the internet sources like Wikipedia, just to double check facts. And yeah, we're almost getting to the end. I don't think I'm going to be able to talk much about the narrative elements, but maybe just to leave you with this small anecdote. On the left, you can see these parrots, these macaws, which these creatures they go into the walls of the river, which are made of clay, and they actually eat this clay. They use it as for their digestive system. So this very particular fact, we used it in the game. One of the NPCs talks a little bit about this, and as many of you maybe or probably do, once we launched the game, most of the team started looking to the different streamers that started playing the game and talking about the game, so we could see what they thought about it. And I came across one kid, maybe around 8 or 10 years of age, and he was playing the game, and he came across this interaction with this NPC, and he learned about the parrots eating the clay. And it was interesting because he found it very unusual, which I think it really is. And to me, it was very a very nice moment, because I hope he eventually tries to find out if it really is true, if it's not something we invented for the game, and maybe he will go into the internet and search for it, and many others, not just him. And I find it curious because for me, I also discovered this as I was when I was a kid. I watching these documentaries that played on TV when I was also 8 years old approximately. I learned about this fact and many other facts that we also included in the game. So for me to see someone learn about it and maybe eventually look for it and learn more about Peru, about the jungle and all its wonders, it's it really humbles you. It really is something to be proud of. So yeah, that's pretty much everything I wanted to talk about the mythology and the cultural elements. I have really a lot more to talk about, but I think I'm running out of time. yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you everyone for being
Hey guys, I'm Marcelo Rigon. I will be talking to you about the power of local tales. Uh, who am I? I am a co-founder of the Ilex Game Studio in Brazil, near São Paulo. I'm based in Campinas, but we have people from all over the country. And I have been working with games for about almost 20 years now. We have created almost 300 games for educational purpose or worked on another outsourcing project. And our games, the original IPs we have in the studios, we have 8 original IPs. Only 3 of them are already available on PC or mobile or something like that. The rest are on, we are creating yet, and we're finishing. These are some of the screens. Not all of that are like focusing on the power of local tales. Like many of them, we still avoid to. We didn't go too deep with the local culture. However, there is a little of a caveat with that. I think it's really almost impossible for anyone to make some kind of entertainment without anything of their local industry, because even when you're trying to talk about, let's say, Vikings, I'm a Brazilian, I will put some of my culture into that. So it's really better if we focus in the things we do the best, that the things that we are more comfortable with, and embrace that kind of that side of us. I was born on the west side of Brazil, the very, very countryside, almost into Paraguay. And different from here, that in the cities I live right now, like Campinas, for instance, the region of the metropolitan region of Campinas, it has the same amount of inhabitants that the whole state where I was born into. So over there, we have a lot of farms, we have a lot of more country folks that would go more into tales. And that's one of the reasons that I always talk about this topic. I was not very comfortable with talking about that, but this is the first time I'm trying to do that, so bear with me. What is important about local tales? The most important thing about local tales is because we need to exist. That's the main thing. We usually reproduce the same kind of narrative, the same structures of tales, of information, of religions, of traditions. And there is a lot more going on this world. Like, we are huge. We have a lot of people that are not being shown, and it's more like more creations, more ideas. It's so there is no reason for that to be ashamed of or like hidden. And many people, they need that kind of connection, like to feel like that they can do something. A quick story of mine, in about 2016, 2017, something like that, they were doing a course on a few topics, including game development. It was a very short course on game development, about 1 week, for the public schools. They took the best students of the most poor public schools in Campinas, and these people had these few courses that were more technical in various areas. And it was a very, like, 6 people, so it was a very small classroom. However, one of that 6 kids, when I showed the first slides of my presentation about game development, he would look at me and said, "Hey, are you talking to me that I can create video games?" Like, for him, it was a completely separate universe. And just like for having like this small thing that we were showing, that I was showing to him, that there are people that are close to him that make video games. It's not something from the other side of the Atlantic, or it's close to him. Like he can do that. And as a matter of fact, during this 1 week that I was teaching in game development, he went like tenfold the scope of that course. I only needed to make the first push for him to understand that there was a whole universe over there. But he needed to hear from someone that lives near him, someone that has a connection with him. So he could be touched and open that window. In games, we have like this power of the magic circle. The idea of the magic circle, the first, the oldest book that I had about that is about the Johannes Huizinga, the Homo Ludens, and he established that when we are playing, when we are like in this state of play, we create this magic circle, and the magic circle is the basic structure of the game. Like, because if you break that circle, the game is over. Like people will stop playing. Like there is no more fun. There is no more engagement towards that game. And for him, the one of the things that differentiates playing with other activities is that play you do willingly. You spend a lot of time doing that because you want to. It's not because you were told to. It's not because you need to. You just engage into that activity. However, that concept has raised some, I think, wrongfully arguments about games. Is that the idea that you have to separate the real world from the magic circle, and that's not true. Like, because it's impossible. It's impossible to separate, because even when you are playing a game, if you don't have a connection with that kind of story, in some level, you have another experience into that game. Let's say you take someone that has never played video games and try to make that person start playing a fighting game, a Street Fighter kind of game, or even worse, like Dark Souls kind of game. He will be like too frustrated. He will not be enjoying that because he doesn't have another experience that connects him with the power to wield a gamepad or something like that. So you need connections with the real world to talk about anything. Like you take someone that doesn't read and you put this person to play a narrative driven game, he will not be able to play. Although there is the magic circle, you have the connection with the real world. You cannot separate totally from that. And most of the people that use that argument is with the idea that you have to separate politics from games, and that you like there is no nothing. No one can create anything that's not inside politics. There are different views of that, like of what you are conveying, but you are always saying something. You are always making a statement about that, and just you have to accept it. Although there are some limits to the magic circle, that you can break that depending on what you do. Like some people were attribute, I think, like they say that a very bleak team or a very hard team, like let's say you were a slave and you were like being punished, it will make you break the circle because it's not comfortable to do that. to some extent, that's right. Like if you are being offended or somehow with that, if that connected with some previous trauma you have, it's true. You cannot bear that experience, so you will exit. However, this war of mine is a game about living in a conflict zone during a war. So like he is a civilian, there's a group of civilians that are trying to live through the end of the conflict. They are just trying to survive in a city that is in the middle of a war. And there's a lot of tough decisions that you have to make, because during the day you explore to get more supplies for your group. And you may lose someone, like in the right image. Katya has died because she didn't have the antibiotics for her. And so if you got that, you would have saved her. Like, and sometimes you have a very, very tough decisions. Like you go to a house and this house has an elderly couple. You are strong, you are young, you are healthy. You can just take everything from them and go back to your group and you have more supplies. However, this couple will probably die of starvation because of that. And you can go back to that house later and see that they are no longer there. There's even like worse situations of you can get to a house and there is a soldier that is fighting the owner of the house, and then you can like take advantage of that situation for you to get everything from the house and leave before the conflict ends, or you can help him, but you will be facing a trained soldier with an arm, with a firearm. So it will not be easy. Like you can die and you can leave your friends alone without anyone else to scout. So it's very, very intense decisions of that game, and it has a lot of positive reviews. I'll go over Petrus, please. And I'll talk a little about Soul Gambler. This is the oldest game from Elix Games that's on Steam. It was a self-published game. I didn't work on that title, so I may speak something that's not right. But Caio Chagas, my partner, I know him when they were doing that game with they were successful in a Kickstarter campaign with that game, and that was how I met my partner. And this game is about adaptation from the book of the play Faust from Wolfgang von Goethe. And so we are trying to do a modern adaptation of that book, of that play. And we are Brazilians, like so many of the, especially the German, that they have so much importance to that author. They would comment on that it looks like a soap opera, because we have a lot of soap opera. I think we are well known on the world about soap opera. So for me, it's a compliment. Like I took it as a compliment, but it is completely different from we writing about this story and other people. And there is one thing about this kind of the magic circle that I have to talk about this about breaking the magic circle, that some people asked us to tell the story for them. Why? Because they were Christians, and they would be totally against clicking the button to sell your soul. And it's impossible for you to start to play the game without the specs that you'll be doing. So for that person, it was like a game breakers. Like it was a completely out of question for him to click on that button. And And that's one of the amazing things of the deepness of the experience of the game. Because if it was a book, if he was watching a movie, he will probably have no problem, because he bought that game. So he would have no problem to see any demon movie, any possession movies, or anything like that, because he is not the active part on that. He's watching a person do that on the camera, on the game. He is the one that will be pushing the button. So he has a further deeper link with that action that he can take, and so we can touch deeper experience of connection between the player and our art. However, it has another side as well, because we are in a cultural industry of mass production and mass consumption. We usually, like, you can make a game that's just for a few people, that's just for the local players. You can create an arcade that there is just only one that will be played with the people in your neighborhood. Okay, like, but most of our games are made to sell to the whole world. We are aiming to have like millions of sales. And it's impossible for us to connect, to convey the exact experience, the deep experience of any message to everyone. You need to avoid this kind of triggers, this kind of things, in some cases, or even like it may be there, but there is like a filter on the player that would blur the lines of what you are told, we're telling them, because he has a more far experience from your from what you're living. So it's much more difficult for you to tackle in some issues. But like, that's okay. You just have to like to understand that that and for and it's not something that is in your artwork. It's something that will be triggered by some people, and will be understood by some people, but will not be understood by other people. And that's okay. It's part of being making something that will be played by millions of people. Let's talk about two Brazilian games, Dandara, Trials of Fear, and Gaúcho and the Grasslands. Those two games, they differently communicate issues that exist in Brazil. Like, Dandara is about a futuristic world where the people that are being oppressed are on the brink of extinction. So it's a far darker place. However, the game has this fantastic setting, so it's not very clear violence, like GTA kind of violence, or This War of Mine kind of violence. It's a more indirect. And so, however, the game talks about that. And like, for me, I'm a I'm a very white guy. Like, I'm even very white, even for white people in Brazil. Like, I'm almost a ghost like of white. And on Brazil, in Brazil, I'm very privileged with that. Like, there was several times that I went through police splits, and they almost never stopped me. Because like, I'm white, like, I'm not a threat for them. Like, and in the same spaces, a lot of a few friends of mine that was going through the same road or something like that, they were black and they were stopped by the police or something. So this experience I don't have. So I can't say that I understand fully what Dandara is doing, but it's a fun game. So for me, it's one experience. For me, it's an action game, but for many people that lives that kind of oppression, they are touched more deeply. However, even if I'm not directly touched by that, I get the information because if you have no information, it's easier for you to be misguided, to be lied upon by other parties that have interest on like removing that kind of narrative, like saying it doesn't exist, that it's fake or something like that. If you have a lot of people talking about that and expressing that, we you get validation. Like people like say, oh no, wait, I have been in contact with that, like I have some reference, and then we can start the dialogue. We will not be teaching about oppression with Dandara, but you are touching the subject. And Gaúcho in the Grasslands, it's like a sim farm, like many others that exist in the game industry. However, they made it very clear the setting with this area in Brazil and Argentina, that's the Pampas. So the kind of farm that exists in the game, the elements, his clothes, any Brazilian recognize that. I think anyone on the southern South America recognize this kind of clothes and this kind of structures, this kind of farms, because it's very close to us. And it's not a problem for anyone that has no connection, has never seen a person using this kind of trousers, the bombachas. He'll not be bothered with that, but it's important because maybe there's a Brazilian that lives in New Zealand and he'll play the game and he'll be smiling when he saw that, because he'll be connected. He'll remember of his childhood, his experience in the country. Arconaut, this is a game that we are working right now. It has been funded by the state government here in São Paulo. This project is also an interactive comic, but this time we are very more close to Brazil culture. However, we don't want to make the stereotypical Brazilian. So in this game, you are a researcher that gets to an artifact, a gadget that makes you travel to the timeline. So it's a game about time travel and alternative timelines or something like that, like the Dark series or some kind of that, or the Russian doll. However, you are not like the person that's suffering the distortion of time for some element. You are in the timeline, so you can access this future, this past, this alternative version, and see the consequence, the ramifications of the consequence. It's like it's almost a godlike kind of experience of the timeline, and you are like, there is no deep connections with like you being in Brazil. It's the background of the story, and that's important because we don't have to make the game to be about the local tales. We don't have to be like the journey of Saci, how he lost his leg, and no, like if there is this kind of character over there, it's okay. Like we are talking about this kind of elements that exists over here, and we're spreading the word to other people. So let's go back to Brazil. Let's talk a little more about what is the local tales over here. Well, when I was growing up, I don't know how schools are dealing with that these days. I'm in my 40s right now, so it has been quite some time that I left school. And but when I was in schools, everything we saw inside or outside the school about our tales would be childish. Like you can have a childish version of anime for Odin, Loki, or any other kind of tradition, religion, or anything. However, uh, we only had that. We had no alternative other than this childish version. So even when uh, we like my father used to be a software developer, and he wanted to make games, and there was a friend of him that also was trying to do that when I grew up, when I was a teenager. And I would like I learned to make games with them, like when I was 12 and 10 years old. And no one would talk about having a saci, a kuka, uh, or something like that in the games. It was very, very rare, because everyone would dismiss that and said, "Oh, that's childish." But even like for we have been used to the idea of seeing the tales from other countries to be changed and worked in a way that it fits all kind of industries. But they had this they done that with that concepts. And we like these concepts, like some ideas are very, very dark, like the Neguinho do Pastoreiro or the Saci, the Boto. Like there's a lot of adult content on that tales, but you don't tell everything to the child, and you never tell. And then recently, a lot of people started trying to talk more about that. So we have a lot of artists that are creating concepts for these characters. And one of the things that would always make me avoid this kind of subject, because at first I was thinking of that as being something from natives, and I was not a native. I not have any native on my family tree, although I have contact with several of them. I'm not one of them, and so I avoided that kind of thing. However, what I was not aware is that there are many kinds of content, and some of them are really like rituals, tradition that are specific to a tribe or to a group, to an ethnic group. But many of those tales that we hear from day to day, they are alive yet today. They are, and they changed with the people, because it's the people of that country that are talking about that and reworking that myth. And in the countryside, up even today, everyone talks about like werewolves or the Saci. Saci is very popular on the countryside. And why the Saci? It has this appearance of one leg. It was not like that in the beginning. At first, he had two legs and a tail. In the original native tribes, that was a concept. But then there was a lot of slaves that were brought from Africa, and somehow after this African influence, he loses a leg and he starts smoking pipe. And later, when the Europeans start meddling with this, probably the Italians, because of their farms, they used to be the ones that will be doing the work in some places of Brazil, especially the southern part. They put the red beret. The red beret is a symbol of liberty. Many entities like the goblin the they wear the red beret, and that's connected with the liberty. And like in the French Revolution, the revolutionary, they use the red beret to convey the idea of liberty. And that's why to make the Saci make something for you, you have to steal his head, because you are taking his liberty, and he will only get it back when you help him. When he helps you, and then you give him back the red beret. That's an European symbol that was put on this character. So more two Brazilian games that talked about local tales. Those went more to this idea that I had at first, that I had to speak about the native tribes, that I have. One of them is very good, like the Hunikuin. They have people from that specific ethnic group that's working on this title. They have one title already released, and they are they're working on the second title right now. And there is Aritana, and the Harpy Feather. That's a more controversial one. This was the first title, the Harpy Feather, and they really didn't care. Like they did a very small research on like Tupi Guarani to gather a few words and make a few characters like the boss or something like that, but they didn't like give a speech or had anyone that had more knowledge on the natives on this kind of ethnic group like the Tupi Guarani. And many people complained, mainly in Brazil. Like you go to the stores, there is almost no one talking about that. But in Brazil, they have pointed the fingers to the ends a few times. And as a matter of fact, it had a good result in his next game, the Twin Masks. For all I know, they hired people to be talking about that, to be the consultant for that title. However, we have a lot of symbols that can talk about our experience, what is to be in Brazil, for us to be identified with the game. That is far from that. Like, let me show you a few ones. I'm sure that any Brazilian that is watching this right now will know every one of this symbol. Maybe not the Etebilu, like they know that the citation that I put on the quotes that I put on the title, that Busque Conhecimento. Everyone know that's from him. This extraterrestrial was visiting a farm very close to where I was born. As a matter of fact, I know all the story about this guy that made this hoax. Like it's completely a hoax. And however, the other is all the symbols, they speak to Brazilian guys, like the chupacabra, the vira-lata caramelo, carreta furacão. So we can work with that symbols inside our games. We can like talk or even like place it in our game, like make a game that is going on in Brazil. No one like has to know it. For instance, one of the episodes of the last season of Black Mirror was recorded here in São Paulo, and most people doesn't even know. Even people from Brazil, they don't see. You have to tell him like it's this chapter, and then the people will watch and say, "Oh, I know this place, but it's not important. Like it's not a huge deal, but it's important. It's important to be there to talk about that. And here from our like I have to talk about yerba mate, because Ilex Games is the name of my company came from yerba mate, because the scientific name is Ilex paraguariensis, And I was said that the founders of this company, many of them were from Mato Grosso do Sul, that's the state where I came from. And everyone over there drink or chimarrão or tereré, and it's a fever over there. And we put that in the name of the company because it's very important for us, and it's something that you drink with others, like it's a ritual. Like let's drink a tereré tomorrow. It's more safe than let's drink beer tomorrow. You will not like try going sick. Well, and this game, Pong, we have been. It's not in Brazil, but all the biomes that were made for the game are based on biomes for Brazil, and the first ones we created are the one where the armadillos live, and there are some kinds of armadillo that lives only in Brazil, mostly on Brazil. And this game was very, very important for us because first, it was a work with the European Union. It was funded by the European Union. However, this project has one very good side. That's the European Union Space of Culture. They established that it's very important for the local partner to have an active voice during the execution of the program. So we had contact with people that we could tell, like, oh, they're not listening to what we are saying. They're not leaving us to tell anything in the game. So we could complain about that, but it was amazing. And it was great because we could argue with people from Denmark or Germany or any country that was in the project. Sometimes we would say, oh, it's too Eurocentric what you are telling right now. We can't do that. Like we are doing a game for Brazilian schools, like to talk about climate change. So we have to do that in the language that we work. It's not we are expanding the game for the whole world in the close future, I think. But the main goal for that project was to be for Brazilian teenagers, and especially to be good to be used in schools. And so that was very, very important to be dealt. Well, my time is running out, and I may get in the most like worst part of this because it's a very deep topic and it's very difficult to talk with it accordingly. But that's crucial for us to talk about like why we are doing that. We really why we need to talk about local tales, because everything is built upon the colonialism. Like a lot of narrative has been rewritten or has been told in this view of the Anglo-American imperialism, and it's very important for us to have another voice and to talk with and we have to be very, very careful with that, because sometimes the tales that we are told are not the real tales because they were changed by that. So always do a good research on what you were trying to talk about before talking about. You can find very good specialists on any topic to go that. Like, and the most important thing that we have to avoid is the white protagonist. And there's one thing that I have changed the color of some of the lines because they're most important for me. So I gave some highlights for that. That injunctions were made by Megan Giant. I'm not an Hindi speaker, so I have probably pronounced it wrongly. Like the last line. In the lands of what we live right now, like you can change the color of the skin, it doesn't matter. If the story is yet about a white protagonist, like Tarzan, he could have been a tribal leader. He was not. He was a white man that was left over there, and he was the one that saved everyone, saved the jungle, not a person from there. But even if he was a tribal leader, if the story was the same, he would still be fulfilling the role of the white protagonist. I can't talk too much about that because I'm running out of time, and I need to talk about that. Sepet Charaju. I was really puzzled the first time I saw this movie, The Mission, with Robert De Niro. And this is a movie from Roland Hoffé, and it's about one important thing in the southern part of Brazil, because there was disputes about the what was from Portugal and what was on the Spanish colonies. And this line, it go over about over the missions. We call over here the Sete Povos das Missões. So this region of over these tribes would often, a few times, have changed between Portuguese and Spanish. And in this movie, it's one of these changes that the Spanish government the Pope has said that they own that region, so the Portuguese need to move out over there. But the natives are, like I said, no, it's nor Portuguese nor Spanish, it's ours, and they fought back, and it was a very hard fight. Eventually, they killed almost everyone, but they put a hard fight, even though the natives, they didn't have musket or cannons, and the Spanish had, they still put on a hard fight. When I learned this the first time, because part of my family is from the southern part, and I had a lot of experience in the southern culture, and these legends, they tell that about a native that the first tribe that he was on, everyone was killed, and he was raised by the Jesuit priest, and he converted the whole tribe because he helped the Jesuits. And when the Spanish tried to took over, he was the most fearsome warrior over there. And he was so good, but so fearsome that they had to detach an army squadron to kill him specifically. And in this story, in this version of this tale, there would appear a glowing cross in his forehead. However, of course, the glowing cross, no one believes nowadays. However, most of that's wrong. Even for that I learned in Brazil. As a matter of fact, his name was not Sepet Charaju, it was Jecupé Adju. I don't speak Guarani, so excuse my pronunciation. And it meant blonde guardian. It was true that most of his tribe was killed, and he was adopted by another Guarani tribe. But he had a grandfather that was alive. And the most recent studies with people from that ethnic group, they say that he learned Portuguese, so he speaks with the Jesuit priest, but he was not on their side, he was not trying to convert the natives for Christianity. As a matter of fact, when the Spanish came, his grandfather was doing a ritual, because there is Ivimaré. It's a place, a land of no evil, and he was doing a ritual for that, and he was trying to protect and give peace to his ritual. Well, I'm also done as well as my time, and I'll just talk a little about like Punhos de Repúdio. This is Pulling No Punch is the name of Steam. This game is awesome, and like it's all about local tales and the recent like pandemics tale. So like Bolsonaro was very bad dealing with pandemics over here. And he even incentivized everyone to not wear masks, to do not care about vaccination and anything like that. So it was like a game of protest, and every level has a lot of things that are very local. However, anyone that likes a game that is a beaten up will love this game. Like it's very good, it's very fun to play. You don't have to understand everything that's over there, but like it's very good for Brazilians that had to put up with that and for you to play that. And that's all. I thank you very much to be here and talking with you.
Thank you so much, Marcello. That was such an amazing talk. I really, really learned a lot, and I thought it was really interesting. I especially liked your take on all the different tales that are out there and what some are doing well and what some could do better. So we are now open for any questions that anyone has.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you. I'm just gonna give it a few minutes to see if anybody has any questions. You're getting a lot of applause on the screen that you can't see.
I'll look at afterward.
Awesome. That's great. I love that the name Ilix Games comes from yerba mate.
Yeah, when I went to GDC in 2014, there was one people that brought it up because Ilex Holy is the one that makes the decoration for Christmas.
Oh,
And he had a story with that because of a friend of him that he was called Holy, and they called her Ilex because of this plan.
that's awesome. It doesn't look like we have any questions except for a lot of excitement from your talk, which was so thorough and really interesting. Well, thank you very much, Marcello. That was a really great talk, and I know that the people who were watching loved it, and the people who will watch its recording will love it. So thank you very much for all the research and time.
It's my pleasure. It's great to be talking about this kind of stuff. It's very important, and not many people talk about that. So it's good to be one voice in that side of the room.
Absolutely. It's so important. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone listening to this talk on Pathfindings. I'm so glad to be here and to have you all here to talk about how to move your projects without money, because sometimes the resources are a little bit scarce, and that shouldn't stop you from taking a good idea, a good project, and put it out there. So if I'm sounding a little bit like chunky when I talk, I'm sorry. English is not my first language, so I might trip sometimes. So I'll try my best not to. Okay. So well, first of all, my name is Catherine Bildoso. I'm from Argentina, and I'm currently living here in Peru. I'm part of the IGDA Peru Foundation, and as well as FENDEPS Peru, I'm sorry. And well, today I'm here to tell you a little bit more about this idea and hope you can get the best of it. So, well, a little bit more about me. So, you know, I'm not just bluffing. I'm a member of the advisory committee in TechSoup and Toulouse-Lautrec academies and universities here in Peru. I'm also part of their staff as a teacher. I'm PR for FENDEPS Peru, as I told you guys. I'm PR for IGDA Peru as well. I'm co-founder of Skillmaster. That is this enterprise I got for teaching and help teaching about video games here in Peru. I'm a video game concept artist as my line of work. I'm also art director of my agency, Dark Digital Agency. I was president for the DAFO jury for the Ministry of Culture here in Peru to advise and revise all the projects for video games. And I'm a streamer, sometimes as a hobby. I'm content creator, and I'm considered myself a gamer. So let's talk a little bit about concept, specifically here in LATAM. We have some base ideas that sadly they come up when you try to show a video game or when you talk about a video game. Okay, and we have these two factors. We have the economic factor that sometimes we forget that the more education our audience has, the less free time they tend to have. Okay, when we talk about an ironic consumption, we talk about places where we have very strong political statements. And this is interesting because you can get games out there that talk about this, maybe as a funny way to see it, but basically you tell your audience to consume it because it's ironic and it's something to laugh about because you're not agreeing with it. We also have the idea that they tend to search something to pass the time when they search for video games. Again, on another side of the same coin, we have the social factor. We have people who search games with oppression as a base mechanic. And I'm gonna go a little bit more into this. A friend of mine, Nicolas Castes from Argentina, was talking with me about precisely this point, that sometimes depending on the way you live, if you're struggling every day because you have much stress on you, you tend to search games that sadly they use the idea of oppressing another player, oppressing another team to get to be the champion. So this idea is interesting because the more stress you see upon someone, the more they're going to be inclined to going onto these mechanics. And it's not a bad thing. It's something we can also use to teach. So we have that, and we also have positive avoidance. So basically, when people tend to play a game, they're used to it because they don't want to think. They don't want to be in their reality at the time. They want to disconnect. And this is a common factor. And we're going to see that in statistics that we have about it. So we also have the idea of cultural invasion. And as much as some people don't like to hear about it, we have countries that tend to base their way of living onto another countries. And they just get used to it. For example, here in Peru, we see much of people looking up to the United States, as well as Argentina tends to look up a little bit, well, very much into Europe's life way of being. So that is also this lingering sense of cultural invasion, that when you see something from the outside, or when you get validation of these places, it's easier to just go back in with your project. So that also is going to help onto what we're going to talk about. And we have these last 2 points that are basically prejudice, that education tends to be boring and tedious. Whatever you're trying to teach, even if it's something social, something opening a way for change, is considered boring. The moment you talk about teaching, it's already boring for many people. Unless, and here's the interesting point, you have it at something competitive, because we like to compete. And when you put that on the table and you get the idea of many board games, you're going to have people who want to learn only to overcome their opponent, okay? And we also have the idea that video games are seen as addictive. This last point, obviously, we know that it's not true, but many countries still rely on media to tell that this is a reality. Sadly, even if we know that there's studies that prove otherwise, we need to know it as a baseline, because otherwise we're gonna go into arguments with people that have this concept, and we're just gonna get frustrated. So please take it not as a critic, but more as a perspective, okay? Okay, so if we're going to talk about the player or the audience, we need to know, this is a little bit of design thinking, yeah, but it works. Regardless, it works. We need to know what our audience thinks. That's why I told you the previous points. What they see, what is their surroundings telling them, what do they say, because they can see and they can hear something, but it's not going to be what they say. Sometimes we don't want to say what we think because we don't want to feel alienated from the other people around us. So what do they hear? All of these things are important, because based on the region you're trying to build your project, your game, your idea, is going to help to know what touches their hearts. And I'm going to go into that. Okay, so we talked about statistics. These are the ones. These are from Google for Games with IGDA. You can go and search for them. You just have to put Google for Games, IGDA, global statistics, and you also have by region, but this is the most wide idea that we can get about players. We know that they search the most they hope to find games that are fun. I'm sorry, my English is just splashing all over. Gameplay that are fun. We have engaging stories. We also have the idea that they don't tend to go onto new genres just because. It doesn't matter if you say that it's the best genre ever. They are going to go to genres that they already know. So if you can put into their lane something that they can find familiarized, they can find themselves familiarized with, it's going to be easier to connect with the idea. You can tell them, yeah, this is a game like this other one, but this is a new perspective. Maybe you're trying to play, I don't know, I'm just saying here, you want to play Super Mario Bros, but this time you're Wario. And that new perspective can also make the audience to be interested in the game, okay? We also need to have a story that, here's an interesting point, seems interesting. Okay, we all want to have good narratives, good stories, but sometimes we're not gonna appeal to everyone with the same message, and that's okay. But you can make it look interesting for everyone, at least so they can give it a chance. Okay? So I'm asking here to be the most open-minded as possible, to engage emotionally to someone or with someone. Okay? We also kind of know why some people start playing games, and mostly, as you see, is the need to relax, what we already talked about, and also the feeling bored. I'm bored, I want to try something new, and sometimes time is not on your side. So video games are a good alternative to spending time doing something that is interesting. Sometimes you can learn on the game, sometimes you can share on the game, sometimes you don't. And as that can be, it can also be rewarding. And with that, give it, I don't know, like many people have a very difficult day at work. They come home, they play a game, and suddenly their day changes. So it can go for the best, it can go for the worst. But the thing is that we can impact on that aspect. And as such, it's amazing. Okay, so our average player, we go back to the big picture here, plays video games to relax or to avoid feeling bored. We know that because the game has a good story for them, or because it's fun to play, they're gonna stick around. And it's usually a genre that they already like or know. Okay? Okay, so to sum up, we don't tend to know the reality of our audience. We don't tend to worry too much about what they think. Some companies have the time and resources to pay to another company to have these focus groups, or study a little bit more into this. But basically, every time you create a game or you create a project regarding video games, you're building a brand. That brand can be whatever you want it to be. It can be you, it can be the project itself, but you're building it from scratch. So as such, we don't usually think too much onto what our audience finds in that project, in that game, in that brand that connects with them. We need to do that. We also know that they hope for validation to acknowledge a project. And that tends to happen when we talk about cultural invasion. When we have a country that doesn't have a very strong, we're not going to say identity, because that is very, very wide, but they don't have a strong feeling towards video games, they tend to look outside to search for validation that that game, that project is a good thing. Okay? We also know that in a cultural environment, if you're trying to do a cultural game, we can use representation as a tool to engage emotionally with the audience, especially minorities. But here is the thing. You need to do this with so much love and care, because if you're trying to represent someone you're not related to, a cultural environment you're not from, if you don't do your investigation properly, it's going to backfire. So it's very important to do this. Otherwise, it's void. It can only work in the other way around, okay? We cannot see it as a massive thing. The more we want to make our product big, we need to think on our audience as something small, okay? Because the more we can get to that specific person, that one person that can be your forever fan, that's going to love whatever you do and is going to believe that it's the best out there, the more you're going to get to more people. Okay. And sometimes that also means to know and understand the place of enunciation. This was told by Gabriel Alaiza. The other day I talked to him. He's one of the lead artists and, well, concept artists in Hermanos Magia, and they made Brumanchu. This game was taken to the GDC this year earlier to talk about cultural heritage. And as many other projects they've made, they know that this is not meant to be, especially when you're talking about a specific topic, and it's not meant to be specifically fun, maybe just entertaining, more like a serious game. You try to tell a message that it can move people. And you need to know from where you're telling this message. And that's also great because we cannot go into talk about, I don't know, something from 100 years ago, specifically a war or some conflict, without connecting somehow. Because if we look at it as something cold and distant, we don't want to play it. You already see it as something distant because of the time. And sometimes the same spaces between us make us think about these things as something far from us. So we need to go the opposite direction. And again, place of enunciation is something that is going to help you so much into understanding how you're talking to these people, how you're trying to connect with them or let them connect with you. Okay, so decide and design how is your audience going to participate into the project itself. If you're building a video game and you're still on the process of making it, make a newsletter, make people be part of your project, make them try it, let yourself to have the space and to know what they think, what they like, what they don't. Because if you're trying to have earnings from this game, you need to do this. If not, if it's just something that you want to say, it's a statement, it's a critic, it's from your perspective, okay, it's not necessary for them to maybe be part of the process, but it's still a good thing to know if your message is coming across the way that you want to. So even in that sense, it's great to have them to be a part of whatever development you're having. Okay, and that's the part where you design how they are going to engage, because okay, they can play the game, they can like the game, they can dislike the game, but you can even build how they see it and what they think of it. Okay, so basic points: we need to find a posture I'm sorry a posture to inspire and to relate to people. We need to design the participation of our audience. And we need to search, and here's an interesting new point, for organizations that can enhance that message. Okay, so how do I know all of this works? Because maybe I'm just like we say in Argentina, we're just talking potatoes. They don't mean scrap. Okay, here I'm going to show you a few projects that I made using empathy as fuel. And they all started with this one. This one was made around, now it's going to be 5 years ago. Okay, 5 years ago, here in Peru, there was a big shortage of clothing for the people on the interior of the country, on the provinces. And it was very hard for them to resist the winter. Many people were dying because of this. So many organizations started collecting clothes and, well, basically whatever they can take to these communities to help them. So I was just sitting there. I was currently working on video game media, the biggest at the time here in Peru. And I thought to myself, like, why can't we do a fundraising? Sadly, I was set aback with, no, we don't do that. So I just went and did it on my own. I did it on my small page. I have like 5K followers at the time. And I knew that wasn't much, but I wanted to try. Hey, maybe I can do a stream for donations. I didn't stream much, but I tried it. And what happened was that from the 2 organic posts that I did, and I decided to talk with a big organization called Juguete Pendiente. That's basically like pending toy. I talked to them and I told them, like, I want to make a donation campaign, but I don't want people to think that I might be keeping the money. So I want you guys to help me. I want you to give me your bank account so I can make it public. And as soon as I hit the mark, I'm going to send you a lot of money and I'm going to show it. So it was complete completely transparent. There wasn't any doubt that I was gonna do this, and I did it. And it hit my surprise that as soon as I talked to this organization and I tagged them, people started like looking around like, hey, you're doing this and this is great, why we don't share it? And they started sharing the posts, sharing and sharing and sharing. And the value of the reach was basically, as I paid, like if I paid like around $20 and we have like, I don't know, around 6K views, and like I didn't knew much about that, and I didn't knew if that was going to be important or not until I started live streaming. And I usually had like 10 people, 15 people, and I was fine with that because I wasn't doing it because of the money. And one big figure from video games here in Peru called Smash came to my stream, told me that he had heard about the campaign and pushed with his community to like break the barrier that I had said like was around 1K dollars to go further than that. And I was left in shock because I wasn't expecting that. And I was so happy, but I got to see this interesting point in which people can relate to things, where they can compromise, where they can put their empathy on front of them, and with that engage somehow. And that's where you come along, where you design how they are going to engage. So time went by, I kept this near my heart, and I kept thinking like, how can I make this bigger? How can I make this same idea into something more powerful? So I tried it again, and I tried it 3 years later, when I started working with Toulouse-Lautrec, and I talked with the coordination of the career of video game design, and I told them like, we should do this. They wanted to make a game jam, so the idea was to make this game jam and to talk with a shelter for kids with cancer called Casa Magia. And basically what we wanted to do was to go there, talk to the kids, let them tell us what they wanted these video games to be, and they then take these basic game design documents that we the teachers will build with their ideas, and take it to our students so they could make the games. And that was the challenge, to go as near as possible to making the ideas of these little kids come true. And it was a lovely campaign, and I kind of still get tears in my eyes because it was very shocking and also moving to see the little kids. We're talking about 3 to 11 years old, having all of these procedures being done to them, and sometimes they couldn't talk very well, sometimes they couldn't walk very well, but they were so excited, guys. They were so excited to imagine a video game. And sometimes their games were telling their story, the story that they were living, or how they dreamt that they could beat cancer. It was so amazing and so heartbreaking because like we the teachers got to see that firsthand. And that campaign just blew up because, well, we also kind of launched it late because we did this campaign around 2019. And as you guys know, 2020 was a very hard year, and we got to move all of our classes to virtual mode, to Zoom calls. And we had this campaign on our hands, and we didn't know if to launch it or no. But we got to know from the same shelter that because of the pandemic and everything that was going through, they couldn't pay the bills because they realized only on donations. So when we launched the campaign, all the money that was given to them, because we were just like the in between, like, here, take the money, was given to keep the shelter working. So it came the right time. But also they taught us basically that we could make video games that can move people, because in the same context that we were all just sitting on our houses trying to understand what was going on and how is the future going to work after this, we had this to look up for someone else, to hey, these other people have problems too and we need to help them. And people were relating to this, and the campaign, it moved so well that from 46 organic posts, we got a value of reach for around 63,000 of dollars, American dollars, and here is like 3 times the value, and an estimated reach of I mean, you guys seeing this? And we had the same faces, like, what? We have many countries come to us and talk about this project, not only from Peru, from other places, other medias, and we were dumbfounded. I still am. So basically, we got this and we understood how to clean up the formula. Okay, we need to design a project. We need to know how, in this case, our students are going to intervene onto it. And we need to know how is the audience going to be able to interact with the project. In this case of the Gran Batalla, we got the games to be published on the webpage we made. And these games can be played by basically anyone. And with this, we wanted to connect with the people to let them know what is the reality of these kids, what they want to dream about, why is there so much to be known about them, like why they see the world the way they do. And you can see that through the games. You can still go and find about the campaign. It's on the webpage of the institute. And as such, we understood that this last point, to let people to put their feet on the places of the kids and also all the people involved, was very important to move this idea. And we did it again. So on this other game jam called You're Not Alone, we wanted to work with the idea of violence against women, and specifically because here in Peru is a very high amount of violence, especially during the pandemic. Okay, so we talked to, in this case, Aldeas Infantiles. Aldeas Infantiles is an organization that helps people to find shelter when they are coming from violent places or situations that they are not right. Okay, so they get kids onto their shelters and they give mentors to them. And through the pandemic, they basically got to teach them by distance, by calls, but it wasn't enough. And we also knew that through this, we could help them to have better teaching, because, we are a superior institute. We're teaching like basically on the same status as college. So we thought, why can't we give them workshops, and the kids from the shelters can learn something that it can help them basically throughout their whole life. So we taught them about art, we taught them about design, we taught them about programming, and as such, we just gave them workshops. And even if they were not as compromised onto learning on the sessions, they were just thinking about something else that wasn't their reality, and they felt relieved. And that was amazing to me, because I was getting to see people from all around Peru, and these little kids, they didn't quite understand what was going on, but thinking about their future in a bright way was so important to them. So these ideas, the same as we did before, but this time online, we gave them to our students and we told them to build games. And again, these games can be played by anyone. And with this experience, they can connect and they can put on the shoes of the girls that were telling their stories of violence in their homes, violence that they didn't understand, and many more. Also, our students created games to explain onto how not to go into making someone else feel uncomfortable, and many games actually touched that in a very interesting way. And they're not less fun for this, okay? So this time, our reach was even bigger. And this time, since all of this media already saw what we did the time before, they came from Argentina, they came from Puerto Rico, they came from Spain, Switzerland. They just came from all the way, or all the places. And we got to talk about why this was important. And again, the people were given the chance to participate onto this. Okay. And I did it again one last time. And I tried to do it more in an artistic way. And this was a little bit, I wouldn't say smaller. We worked this with foreign embassy. For the record, the You're Not Alone game jam, we worked this with Leas Infantiles from here from Peru, but also we connected with the Pontificia Universidad Católica del Ecuador. They came to aid us, and they also brought their students to participate on our game jam. And they also recommended other organizations. So basically, everyone was just chipping in, and it was amazing. And we did this one more time with this subject that is basically similar, but was based on Peru. This foreign embassy wanted to talk about many of the cases that were happening here, because here the rates of gender violence are very high. So we did a whole art installment, and we made video games that you can scan a QR and just play them to understand like why or how many people live the violence on their everyday basis. And again, they came media from Spain, from Argentina, from USA, from Uruguay, from Mexico. They came from all the places because they already knew that we had this among us. So all of these projects were made with no investment at all. Okay? All of them. Not one single sol, not one single dollar either. Nothing. And we learned that this process was very inspiring, and it can also fill you with adrenaline. Like, you take this idea, you build it, you put it out there, and when you start to see the answers, the build-up, you get to understand even more why these subjects, these strong subjects, because they're quite strong to be told, can be something to connect. Okay? And the opportunities. Okay, so I got all of this for free. What happens when I want to get some investment? Okay, maybe I get all of these projects. Okay, great. I got brands to help me, technology brands to give me prizes for all of this, but how? Here comes the next point. So this event, the game jam for the financial education, was made this year, like 2 months ago, 3 months ago. And this event was made with the Banco de Crédito de Peru. Is the biggest bank here in Peru. And it was given the opportunity to us, just because of how we get to build this sort of events. how we get to make people to engage with them. So in this case, we used the same formula, but we tuned it up a little bit. The bank offered prizes, cash prizes, and we got to move it around the idea of helping the student community in video game development. Because, well, if you don't know, guys, here in Peru, the video game community is kind of small. We're talking about less than 500 people. And that's a lot to be said, okay? So we got to put this idea that, hey guys, we know that it's very hard for you to get to the idea of finding work, or sometimes to giving the work the value that it deserves. So we got this project for you, and you can win cash prizes. And even if you don't win, and your job is a good job, your project is a good project, it's a great prototype, we want to take you onto a semifinal. We want to put you on a live stream for thousands of people to see you and to know about you, so you can find a place in this industry. And even more about it, we made an after party so they can like mingle and also know many of the juries and the people behind this event, because maybe since their work was such a remarkable one, they wanted to hire them. So we got that. And the results were that we had the biggest game jam ever here in Peru so far. Over 400 participants. And we have over 50 games that were put on Itch.io, if I'm not mistaken, around 54. And all of this because they already knew of this idea. And basically because we also told them like, hey, you can have a game jam to make a game about financial education, basically with so many organizations, okay? But what is going to be different on this one? You want to target a specific community. In this case, the student community. They have talent. They are eager to be out there. So we're going to give them the opportunity to shine and to show what they have. And the message, beyond the fact that you're giving the students this floor to play into, is also that you can teach about something good. Like, you're a student and you're not just making a game because, well, you're making a game to teach about something that is important: financial education, to save, to have an intelligent way of managing your money. So these are things that they are important to be known, okay? So we have these two messages that we can move along, and they got really far. And as you might not imagine, okay, but we just got out there with 2 posts. We just made 2 posts, one on LinkedIn and one on Facebook, and that was all. And the rest was just reposting and reposting, and we got here. And actually we have over 700 people to be participating, but many of them were not students, so we had to like tell them, sorry, you cannot participate. But as you can see, messages, the place of enunciation, is very important to moving a project without money. And even if you have money, you can give it a bigger opportunity to shine nationally and internationally, both of them. So in conclusion, my message to you is to think about these 3 stages, as I told you. The project to design, the game jam, the organization, whatever you love, whatever moves you, give it a soul, okay? That's the first spot. Then think about your audience, where they live, how do they live, how do they know about this, or what understanding they have about this subject. And as such, give them the chance to participate beyond playing, beyond signing up. What else do you have? Okay. And lastly, give them the chance to know how they participated in, like award them with something, you guys participated on this, helped us like get to this goal, like do this event, like move this idea, and look where we got it, or how far we went to. So all of these points, just, I'm telling you guys, it doesn't just work for the idea of a game. You can do this with a game. You can do this with several games. You can do this with an event. You can just keep doing it and maybe improving this formula. I'm still learning on it. I can say that it has never failed me so far. But a heart and a soul to a project can be the most rewarding thing to you and to whoever is working with you or might want to work with you as well. So thank you for your time. I hope you have learned something interesting with me. And if you want to contact me, I'm leaving my social networks there. I'll be happy to help whoever writes me. I'm always happy to help students and professionals alike. And basically, I'm hoping, I believe that we're all here because we love this industry and we wanted to make it bigger and better every day. So if you share that, I'll be more than happy to know you and to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was such a great talk. I love how much you've done with your different projects and no money, and how much you were able to tap into sort of the heart of a community. Now we are available to answer any questions that anyone might have. Um, and I have a question, which is, can you talk a little bit about the last project? You said you only sent out 2 emails and it just went viral?
Okay, this last project that we made with the BCP, we just got 2 posts out there. We just made 2, one on LinkedIn and one on Facebook. And we know that the student community here in Peru is kind of shy. And we just told them, like, this is out there. And they started sharing it on Discord messages and on the channels, and basically just blew up because many of the students, I've known so much in these years, they search for the opportunity to be known. And sometimes it's just, well, specifically these last 3 years, we're just making games and put them on itch.io and hoping that someone sees it. But through this, they could actually go into an interview live. They could show their work to big companies. And I think that was a great feel for them. And I'm very glad that at least they tried. Maybe they couldn't just all win. I would have been so happy, but they tried. And that's a great step because they can also know that, hey, trying doesn't hurt. You can try again. You can keep trying. And that is also very important for any stage of development.
It is. And to get over 50 games uploaded is really impressive.
I'm still impressed.
You should be. You absolutely should be. That's super exciting. It doesn't look like we have any questions from the audience, but I thank you so much for being here, Kat. It was such a great talk, really informative, and I love the idea of like lead with your heart with your project, even if it's a project where you're trying to get funding, and how to communicate with your audience. And I especially love the idea of just reach one person.
believe me that I still know that there's many things to tune because, well, mentalities change and many of the ways we interact also change. But I hope that me and my team can keep doing these things because we believe in them, because there's like, you can pretend the message, but when you truly believe it, you can basically make other people to believe it with you, and that's the best feeling ever, beyond selling something.
Yes, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your inspirational talk. You're getting lots of applause on the stream. And I'm really, really so grateful that you took the time to come here and share your information with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for having us, for having me. And again, I'll be more than happy to have any of the persons that were in this talk to write to me, because it's always a pleasure to know more developers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, welcome to Reinventing Music. Uh, I'm gonna go through this as quickly as I can so we have some time to hear music. My name is Juan Carlos Garcia Angel. I'm from Bogota, Colombia, and I'm also known as Quiet Gecko. And I'm part of a big community of communities called Tan Grande Jugando. I'm a music composer, an audio artist, and a technical sound designer. Um, I'm going to talk a little bit about me very fast. I've worked in a lot of fields of audio. I've done engineering for music. I've done music and post-production for film and animation. I've also played in a band and I love to play live. So I've been a little bit around everything, all parts of music and audio industry. And right now I mainly focus on video games, but I also do some other stuff from time to time. Um, I work as a contractor for A Shell in the Pit and also an audio company here in Colombia called Hello Sound. And I do a lot of work with Slashware Interactive, that is the company that created the game that we're going to talk about today. These are some games I've worked on. And Nova Mundi, that is the game that we're going to talk about today. So Nova Mundi have some history. Even before I got into the project, there was a lot that had to go the way of Nova Mundi to be the way it is right now. It started being called Expedition, and that's how we won Crea Digital, that is like a financing by the government that helps studios like make games. And when we do this, we realized that there was a lot of implication on doing a game about like native culture people and conquest, and yeah, it's a little bit trickier than than we expected. People sometimes get annoyed; they don't understand the idea that we are trying to communicate with the game. It's an exploration game, and they thought that we were glorifying like the conquest and all that stuff. So we had to do a lot of research, and the game passed through different stages, like visually and conceptual, and like it took shape on the way, and that was very useful for us to understand like how important is to know how to approach these subjects or these cultural themes in games. So when I started to think about the music for this game, I started asking like how much do I know about music, and clearly I was very ignorant in that respect because like I'm a city guy. So what I did is I started like with the good old Google and YouTube, and to my maybe not to my surprise, but I couldn't find like too much really. Like I got excited because like when I was looking for videos for this presentation, I found even more than I found back in 2018. That was when we started working on this game. Like me, the game was working way before. So I'm gonna share a little bit of some of the things that I found inspirational. So let's play a little bit more. Oh, wait, I don't want to hear the commercials. The ads.
Aprende en Platzi tu futura profesión al mejor.
They couldn't just leave it. share a little bit more of this. We're gonna hear a lot so we can understand what we were aiming. See a little bit more. Oh, this was some guys that really studied the thing. This is something that was a year ago.
Guardaron y cuidaron el día.
I find the here.
Ritual.
Estos de varias cañas.
Las ocarinas son también.
We had some cool examples.
Así tenemos el Nimsu.
Oh yeah, like you could find a lot of things that were like background and not the just the music. This is something that is a little bit more modern. You can even hear that they have electric bass, and like that's not very traditional, but it sounds very good. And I also found this from a community in Suba, that is a place here in Bogota, not in Bogota but close here. And this is an actual community presenting like a music concert. Okay, so I got some idea, but maybe it wasn't enough for me to like. I understood and I learned a little bit more about Muisca music, but I realized quickly that just hearing that music wouldn't be enough. Like this could take years of training of approaching communities, and it's not that I didn't wanted to do it, but I just had like 3 months to do all this music, so I couldn't like always in video game development you have to rush something, so I didn't want it to like just focus on doing something very close to what it should be like in Muisca music. So I started looking a little bit further and inspiring not just by Muisca music, but music for like the Andean cultures. So I wanted to know what do music from the Muisca having culture in instruments, nature, and territory. So, for example, I realized there was the musque, that is like a shell that they play. They used a lot of charango in the Andean region. They also have the zampoñas or capaderas, that is this one. They also use a lot of ocarinas, that is like a clay wind instrument. They use quenas, they use maracas, they use seeds and different shakers. And I happen to have some of them just out of curiosity, and I love ocarinas because of Zelda Ocarina of Time. I started buying a lot of ocarinas like from my country, and they are very different from the one that that Link uses in Ocarina of Time, but I started to like them a lot a few years ago. There's also the Andes that is huge and go through Ecuador, a little bit of Peru, Argentina, Bolivia, and Colombia. So I started looking for a little bit more of music of the Andes, not specifically from Colombia, but from anywhere. So let's hear a little bit more. So yeah, it's beautiful music. I can listen a lot to that. So yeah, I quickly realized that that wasn't like something easy to just go and okay, I'm gonna learn how to do Muisca music or Andean music in a weekend. Is not something that is possible. So I learned all of this. I heard all of this. I realized that I knew some of this music as well, and I started asking, what about me? What I have in common, or what I can give to the table to make something with all of this that I'm like eating music wise. So I realized that like my family comes from the I don't know how to say that in English, the farm, the field. They used to be uh, farmers, and they lived in they came from Ubaque. That is a very Muisca, an important place for the Muisca. And since I was a kid, I was around the Paramo, the highlands. I don't know how to translate that with that as well. I was aware of this environment. These all photos taken by me. I was aware of this environment. I grew up in this environment a little bit. I'm I even went to Bolivia. I know the Andean mountains. This is my cat. Oh, this is not behind. But this is the Huaque Lake, another Paramo. And I even grew up in Bogota, that they call Bacata, and is something. It's a place that Muisca used to live in. That the Muisca used to live all over this territory. They used to travel a lot around this territory, and I started thinking like maybe I am not like Muisca, but I lived in the place that Muisca were born. So I I might have something in common with how they feel around the territory. I mean, I don't want to disrespect or to make to feel like that's what Muisca is like, just to be there and that. But I was living in that territory, so I was also experiencing the mountains, looking at the mountains around me every day. So I started to think that maybe I could create something, gathering all this inspiration and just trusting my gut and like yeah, like my intuition. I don't know. So I also looked at games that I liked, that music, and like these are two base inspiration for the game, Age of Mythology and Age of Empires 2. Uh, I love the way they use some traditional music, and they add synthesis and bass and electric bass to the mix to make it sound like more gamey and stuff. So yeah, a lot of listening, a lot of experimenting. So let's hear a little bit. So to give a little more context of the game, um, at the beginning it was a legend. The game was a campaign, a campaign that is a legend, a story of a prince that his girlfriend got, sorry, was abducted by another cacique from a different community, and uh, they started like fighting each other, and that made one of them like make a treason to their community, and tell the conquerors from Spain how to conquest some of the territories. And that is something that was true. What part of what made the conquest like easier for the Spanish people here was that a lot of communities were very separated and had like an internal conflict between them. So that made easier to just go and separate everything and start conquering. So the game evolved, and right now the game is about making all these communities come together and like make a stand against the Spanish conquest, like trying to imagine a stage where people leave their differences behind and try to unite together to make a stand for that. So you can hear a little bit more of the music. This is the cinematic music, so this is mostly Muisca. It is telling the story of what is happening. Let's hear a little bit. So that was like me playing around a little bit with this. I'll share you a couple of instruments that I've used for that. Let's see if I don't break anything. I wanted to have that close, but I forgot. So it's like using different kinds of ocarinas, these kind of shakers, a different ocarina. This is just a couple. I have more. The zampoña. And I don't use, like, I've used a lot the ocarinas, but like this barely. So it was a lot of experimentation and exploration through the instrument, and I think that was like a very cool part of the process. And also, let me see if I can reach that. I also use this drum that is a llamador, is for the Atlantic ocean music. Is not from the Andes, but like I just try to explore as much as I could, thinking on the territory and not minding about like being completely true with the instruments, just trying to be true with the vibe and with what I was aiming for in the game. Let's hear another song. This is the first exploration song. So it's when you start walking around the territory, and I try to make it like the exploration, right? The first exploration of your party, your exploration party. So let's hear. So yeah, I tried to paint the picture of coming from a place, going through the mist. That is something very common in the Paramo, and then coming to another place. A little bit familiar, but not exactly the same. So after like starting having all this palette of different instruments and sounds, I started to think about how to reinforce the story that at the beginning was a story between like two different communities and the treason and the Spanish, but it like the same story helped at the end to give more meaning to what the new game was doing. So I thought a lot of instrument choice and the language, the Muiscubun, that is uh, the specific way of the language in Bogota, the Muiscubun. So I started to look a little bit more about information about the language and try to learn it myself. And quickly I realized as well that that's something very hard to do. I'd love to do that, but it wasn't within the reach of the project at the moment. So I started looking around and I couldn't find any information like very clearly until I found a couple of people, one from Argentina and one from Colombia, that is Manuel. And luckily, a couple of years or a year after I found what he wrote about the language and all his investigation, he joined the project to help us be more true and more close to what Muisca should represent and to help the community feel really represented by the way we were representing them in the game, and do it respectfully, and like even though it's a game and it's fantasy, try to not misinform people or disrespect the culture. And it was awesome because that wasn't something that was taught. It was a coincidence, and I love that. Um, so, for example, to for the for the for the battles, we have a battle layer in the game, and to reinforce that with Muisca language, Muiscubun, I used a couple of words, fire and hitting someone, and like violence in Muiscubun, and that's something that I'm chanting like in the back. So this is something that goes like starts coming in the game in the normal exploration bit. And even though you can't really understand what I'm saying or what the words mean, I feel like this brings a lot of context and a lot of energy and a lot of true things to the music to make it more authentic. Um, so yeah, and the other thing is the instrument choice. So for example, as the game progress, you start finding more Spanish because like they are getting there, getting here. So you start finding they more often. At the beginning, you only fight with Panche, that were like a common enemy within the culture, and as the game progress, you start finding more Spanish. So I started making this Muisca music being like I don't want to say infected, but like Spanish music start to get inside the music. So I started putting elements like a tambourine or like acoustic guitar that are elements that are not like traditional here. They came from there. We adapted them and we took it and introduced them in the traditional music as well, but they are not from here. So let's hear this song. So a little bit of Spanish wandering around. Yeah, I'm not gonna leave that complete because the whole song because we are running out of time, and I want to hear this too as well. So the in that track, the Spanish guitar, the acoustic guitar, and the flutes are like trying to get their own space, and they are all constantly fighting with each other to get some space. And in the final song, the exploration has a lot of more Spanish music on top of the Muisca music because they are starting to take over. They are there's a lot of more of Spanish around. So let's hear. So this one gets a little bit more nostalgic. the last song that I'm gonna show is the menu music, because like there's a lot of nostalgia in this music, because like we don't want to portray the conquest, or like make someone bad or the good guy, or make someone excited of all this happening. We also want to portray how things happened, yeah, and or how could they happen if something were different. So uh, the menu is an example of like some sadness from both parts. Like there's not a good or a bad part, but just the things that happened. So yeah, let's hear a little bit. Okay, so we're getting to the end. So conclusions, insights, suffering. I say suffering because in this process I realized of how how far we were from our own culture. How as I grew up, even though that I was in those territories, I wasn't aware of the territory I was in, of the culture that was around me, that still exists. How in school we are taught about some of these cultures, but we are thought of these cultures like they were dead, and they are still here, and that's like a shame, and is too bad that we see it that way and we are taught that way. um so okay, so yeah, always do some research. It's very important for you to understand what you're doing, or what to do, or like even get some inspiration. It's very important. Just not just go and do whatever and put it there. Not even for this kind of game, for any game. That's a an important thing for any game, so you can really express and connect with the idea of the game. Do it with respect, especially for cultures that are still around. If they are around, you can find a way to reach them. You can find a way to understand what is their position now. Get to know your territory and your roots, even if you are not doing a game or if you're not doing something uh, specifically with that. It's important that we know and respect the territory that we are in. We all are have been living around those territories a long time, so it's important to know them and respect them. Use art to preserve the culture is very important, and is the best way that we have to do it. And preserve the culture not always mean to keep it the way it is. Embrace your culture and the people around you. You don't have to make culture stay exactly the same. Muisca are a good example of that. They are evolving with the culture. They are finding its place here. They are trying to make people aware that they are still around, that they are not a dead culture, that the language is not dead. So the only way that culture is going to preserve is not like fighting and making a barrier to modern society, but like finding a way to combine and live together. I mean, this is the way that it should in everywhere, but it's not that easy. And help other people understand how useful video games can be to do this. Yeah, like we did another game with the team of Noamundi called Muiskamui, and that was very good accepted for by the like the all the elders on some communities of Muisca communities here, and they started realizing that video games weren't something that they should ignore or keep away. It's also a tool to preserve their history, to preserve their ways, to teach others of good practices in agriculture, of keeping their traditions alive. So, yeah, as I said, preserving the culture is not keeping it the way it was hundreds of years ago. It's understanding what this culture should be now, and how we can really embrace what we are as people in a territory, right? So yeah, thank you for having me here, for hearing all this music. I know that it could be boring sometimes, so I'm happy that you all gave me this space and listen to the music. So I don't know if there's any question. I have like 4 minutes. If not, these are my handles, the emails, and everything.
Thank you so much, Juan. That was really, really informative
Thank
and so lovely. All the songs were so beautiful to hear. And everyone watching agrees that the music is so powerful and evocative.
Nice. Thank
Um,
you.
we really enjoyed it. And so let's see if anyone has any questions. And okay, so were the instruments recordings you made, or did you use samples as well?
I use both. I use samples and instruments. A lot is instruments recorded, uh, but yeah, I had to use as a sample of for mostly drums, because I have that drum and that's it. I recorded a tom also, but like it's not enough to give a variety to the music, so I use samples as well. But always
Cool.
having some real instruments on top of the music.
Well, it sounded amazing. So,
Thanks.
yeah, you did a really great job. It seems like that is our only question. So, thank you so much, everyone, for being with us today. Thank you so much, Juan, for this amazing presentation that
Thanks.
was lovely to listen to, but also really fascinating from your stories.
Thank you. I'm glad that you liked it, and I hope everyone liked it. And if you have any questions, you can write me. And Nova Mundi is on early access, so you can look it on Steam and you can play the game and support us.
Oh, great. Okay,
Mhm.
so we can find the game on Steam. That's
Yeah.
really good to know. Thank you. I
Yeah.
love how the game evolved over time as
Yeah.
well. That was really interesting.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
So have a great rest of your day, everyone.
Same.
Have a wonderful afternoon, Juan, And hopefully we will see you all tomorrow for the next day of our Latin American pathfindings.
Awesome. Enjoy.